Bilal. Wow. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, madam.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, madam.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Yes, please, we can hear you.
Okay. So if you can hear me, we're going to start now. I'm Dr. Alimatu Rafiu. So you can call me Dr. Alimatu. You're going to have me for INF213 for the switch program. Today we start with the first session. Then we move to, we break for 1 hour. Then we'll continue with the next session. Your schedule. So I hope you can see my slide too. All right. Thank you. All right. Before we look at today's lecture, we want to quickly look at the course outline. Your course code is INF213D, Web Technology 1. Okay. By this course, we're going to look at the technologies that make web, that are used to develop websites. So based on Web Technology 1, we'll be looking at HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Today, for the first lesson, we'll start with the basic concepts. In the afternoon session, we'll go into the HTML. So that's basically what we'll do today. By the end of this course, these are our objectives. You should be able to understand the basic concept of websites and internet protocols. You should be able to understand basics of HTML5 tags and attributes. Okay. Then we'll learn how to apply multimedia elements such as audio, video to your web applications. Now, after the HTML, those prelim is the HTML. The next objective is to use cascading style sheets. That is another web technology. We'll add it to the HTML to style our HTML content. To start the HTML content. I said no. Use JavaScript to create interactive and dynamic websites. So to make our website interactive, okay, that the user can be clicking, going to other pages and expanding their web content, that is interactivity. So user to have ability to control what they are doing on the website. So that one you can't do it with HTML. So you have to add JavaScript to the HTML tags. And to make your web pages dynamic, that means changing at a fly, we use JavaScript as well. Another objective is that you should be able to construct basic web forms using HTML. Okay, then we'll introduce you to Bootstrap, GitHub, and Node.js. So those are templates, okay, that you can use in further developing your website. But you have to grab the concept that will start today. So this is the course outline for lesson 1. So we'll look at the overview and website structure and hosting. Then we'll look at other concepts. Then lesson 2, that is week 2, we design. You'll be able to design your own website using HTML. 3, creating HTML form and tables using specific tags. Then the 4, we'll look at cascading style sheets. Lesson 5, creating website with framework. So framework is the Bootstrap and GitHub. Okay. So looking at this structure, we have here, we don't have JavaScript there. We don't have JavaScript there because of the 5-week duration. Because of the 5 week. Okay, then we'll see what we can do. So we say, yeah, lesson 4, we said, why HTML and JavaScript are very useful for web development. They don't exactly make website look attractive. So you have to add what? CSS. So that's the essence of the CSS here. So web technology 2, that you do JavaScript and PHP. Okay. So basically, we'll change this course structure. Okay. Now, lesson 1, overview of website structure and hosting. That's what we are about to do here. These are our objectives again. We're going to look at the internet, the protocols, then we'll look at browsers and web server to be able to differentiate them. Then we'll differentiate between World Wide Web and the internet. World Wide Web and the internet. We'll define hosting and mention the type of hosting. Mention the type of hosting. So these are our objectives. This is my presentation outline to meet the objectives. Okay. So we quickly start by looking at history of definition and history of the internet. For this lesson, we'll define the internet as a global system of interconnected computer networks. So we define the internet as network of networks. Once you're on the internet, it allows people and devices to communicate. with each other. So from your phone or from the desktop, from anything connected to your network, you'll be able to communicate. Users are able to share information. Your information can be text-based, it can be picture-based, it can be video, it can be voice. All these are shared over the internet. So once your other opponent is also on the network, the person will be able to receive and also share back information. The internet also allows you to access resources anywhere. So we have something like Google Drive online. You can put a lot of files there. We share the link. You realize that other people having the link can access the resources. And there are many more apart from Google Drive that provide us with that services. So the internet also allows us to access resources anywhere we are. So based on these uses of internet, so all what I've mentioned so far is about internet. We've defined internet as network of networks, okay, that allow people and devices to communicate, share information, and access resources anywhere, anytime. So what do we see? We realize that the internet has become an integral part of modern life. People cannot do anything without the internet. Internet has allowed businesses to expand. It allows us to reach people all over the globe. It allows people to telework, work from anywhere without even going to office. Right now, it's through the internet I'm lecturing. So we can see the importance of the internet. How does the internet started? Okay, we can trace that back to in the 1960s. Okay, researchers and engineers began exploring the idea of creating a global communication networks. Okay, of creating that information network. In 1962, J.C.R. Leader of MIT, he proposed the concept of galactic network, where computers will be interconnected to allow users to access data and program from anywhere, and to perform all those functionalities that I mentioned earlier. So his term was what? Galactic network. And in his mind, his purpose is to be able to connect computers anywhere so that they can share and access what? Resources. Later, the US Department of Defense, ARPANET, was also established in 1969. That marked the beginning of practical implementation of packet switch network. So it's a kind of network that allows us to send information on the internet in form of packets. Any information you are sending over the network will be breaking down into what? Chunks. And that chunks is what we term as what? Packets. That will travel from the sender to the receiver. Okay, packet switch network. So that is basically about internet, its functionality, and what? Origin. Now we're going to look at internet protocols. Okay, internet protocols. With internet protocol, the main protocol that allows the internet to function is called TCP/IP. TCP/IP stands for Transmission Control Protocol. TCP and / Internet Protocol. These are two types of protocol altogether. With TCP/IP, we'll come to it in detail, but now I'm telling you the protocol behind the internet. It's a joint TCP/IP. Now, what do we mean by protocol? Protocol can be defined as a set of rules and conventions that govern how data is transmitted and communicated over the internet. So anything that allows the internet to work through the sender, the networking, okay, the information we are sending, breaking them into packets, okay, that govern that rule is called protocols. So here we're talking about internet protocol. And the protocol, as I mentioned earlier, is TCP what? IP. What is the function of protocols? The protocols will ensure that devices and systems on the internet can understand each other and communicate effectively. It allows the exchange of data and ensuring that the receiver receives the data and make sure that the transmitted data are sent to the right individual. So that if A sends the data over the internet, it will get to A, not to B. So that is the role of TCP IP protocol. As I said earlier, we have transmission control protocol together with what? Internet protocol that work together for the internet, okay? The diagram on my right, okay? The bolded text under it is called IP address. IP address, okay? And with IP address, it's written in 4 digits. So we have the first one like 141.10.34.3. So this is just an example of IP address. When you take a particular IP address and put it on the URL, it will send you to a particular website, IP address. So every computer on the internet has IP address. So for your computer or laptop on the network, you can check your IP address going to the CMB, okay? So from the start screen, just type command, the command prompt will come, CMD, from the start. Okay, I hope you can see the screen. So this is a command prompt where we can type IP config, that is the command. You enter, then you see your IP address. I'm not going to do that for mine. If you want to know the IP address of your computer, I'm saying that you type IP config, and then in the command prompt, enter, then you see the IP address, okay? So every computer on the network has what? IP address. So this is example IP address. And the IP address originally has 32 bits. 32 bits. So that is, based on this diagram, you realize that 145 is the 8 digits. So that's the language that the computer understands. So the moment you type this number on your URL, it will quickly be changed to the bits, the bit form. 10 also, that is the bit form, 1s and 0s. Remember, computers understand 1s and 0s. The 34 also, this is the bit form. And then 3, this is the bit form for what? 3. So when you add, there are 8 digits. 8 times 4 will give us 32. Okay, so IP address can be of 32 bits number. Okay, so that's about IP address. So IP is responsible for moving packets of data. The IP is responsible, that's the role of the IP, for moving the packets of data from the sender to the receiver. We also have another protocol on the internet, the domain name system. The domain name system is used to map the IP addresses to their respective domains. Okay. Remember, when you want to go to UCC website, you type the domain name, the app there. Sorry, the URL up there. So that is, this domain name is used to map the URL to their IP addresses on the network. Okay, DNS. So take note of all the protocols you are mentioning. DNS also stands for domain name system. And I said the function is that it's allow the mapping of IP addresses to their respective URL. To their respective URL. Okay. For data transfer protocols, we have TCP. So earlier I said the internet protocol is TCP/IP. So now you understood what IP is. IP is responsible for moving packets of data, and this is the form of an IP. And I'm saying also that for IP address mapping to URL, it is the role of domain name system. Domain name system. Okay. We're going to talk about the second part, TCP. Okay. TCP provides reliable connection-oriented data transfer. So for the data that we have, the IP address is what? Sending. TCP is responsible for reliable transfer. It will check for connection and give you feedback during the network transfer process. If the data is not able to transfer, it's the role of TCP to give us feedback. And for the data to be sent to the right person, the right IP address, is the role of TCP. So that's why we're saying that TCP is reliable. It provides a reliable and connection-oriented data transfer. Okay. It also ensures that data is delivered in the correct order, and that the data that is being transferred are not lost or corrupted in the transmission process. So we can give an example here for the email. Email. We all have been using email. When you write your message and you send to an individual, you see that message will come to you that message sent successfully. If the message is not being able to send, it will do the retransmission and even tell you that the message has not been sent. So that is the role of TCP or IP. Another protocol that also behaves like TCP is the UDP. UDP, User Datagram Protocol. So it provides a connectionless, faster data transfer, okay? And it's used for real-time application like voice over IP, UDP. Okay, so far I've talked about 4 protocols: UDP, TCP, IP, and the word DNS. Okay, DNS. All right. When we talk about internet protocol, we're going to talk, this slide is presenting you about key aspects of internet protocols. One, that make the internet protocol, or what they do, is about routing. It's about its routing, okay? When we talk about routing as a function within the internet protocol, is that it's a protocol that specifies how data is routed from one device to another. So that means how the packets are moved from one device to the other. So sometimes you realize that you say you are bought router or you are connected through switches, okay? So routers and switches use protocol like BGP, Border Gateway Protocol, and OSPF, Open Shortest Path First, okay? So that's what they use, those protocol routing. And what they do is that they allow you to connect, and then they allow data to be sent from one device to another, the routing. Now, apart from that, another key aspect of internet protocol is security. Security of data that is being transferred. They have to ensure security of what is being transferred. Let me this one's not working. So protocol that ensure security is HTTPS. HTTPS stands for Hypertext Transmission Protocol Secure. Okay, so when you go to some websites, you see that it starts with HTTP. Okay, so let's look at UCC website. Okay, so maybe you have the URL here, HTTPS then you start www.ucc.edu. Okay, you see that I start with HTTPS. Some websites, when I enter, what happened? Sorry to change. So that would direct us to UCC website. Okay, HTTPS is started. So it's secure network over the internet. Some websites you realize that it just starts with what? HTTP. Okay, so that's some website also just start with HTTP without the S. So that one is not secure. So that is why when you are even online with buying okay. So security issue is being carried out by protocols such as HTTPS and SSL/TLS. Yes. SSL stands for Secure Socket Layer. Secure Socket Layer. Okay, and the TLS by it stands for Transport Layer Security. Okay, so all these are within a protocol and they are configured within the browsers for it to work appropriately. Then we have the application layer protocols. At the application layer, we have various protocols depending on what you have installed on your system or on your laptop or on your server. Depending on what you have installed, the application layer will add to each protocol. For example, application layer, we can find HTTP, Hypertext Transfer Protocol. That is used for web browsing. So that is example what I did now. UCC website started with HTTPS, okay? So that's an example of what I demonstrated. Then simple mail transfer protocol is also at the application layer. With this protocol is for sending emails. It's for sending emails. Then we have FTP, File Transfer Protocol, for transferring files. Please learn the protocols and their usage. FTP for File Transfer Protocol, for transferring files. Examples of internet protocol within the TCP/IP suite are listed here. HTTP or HTTPS for web browsing and communication. SMTP, POP, IMAP for email communication. Learn, we have seen them here. So learn what I have just shortened them here for you. Okay. And I also go back to the IP address. IP address are in different versions. We have IP version 4 and IP version 6. Okay. This allow, because of running out of IP addresses, new version of IP address is here, IP version 6. This IP version 4 is let's cover. IP version 4 is 32 bits IP address. 32 bits. So we saw earlier that they are divided into 888. So when you multiply or add, you get what? 32 bits. But IP version 6 is more. It's more. Okay. It's about 136 bits. Now we are done with what the internet is. We're going to talk about the World Wide Web website. In short, some will say web or website. So you are doing web technology, so we're talking about World Wide Web here. The World Wide Web, often referred to as web, is a major component of the internet. It is one of the services that we derive from the internet. The internet provides the connection, and then we have a lot of services on the internet. So I'm saying that one of the services we derive from the internet is the website. So what then is a website? We define website as a collection of interconnected documents and other resources that are linked through hyperlinks and accessed via the browsers. Okay? So by that, I'll bring this down. Okay? The World Wide Web or website is a collection of interconnected documents and resources that are linked through hyperlinks and accessed via web browsers. Okay, so websites for you. So if you say you are on UCC website, you realize that on the UCC website, you can move around by clicking links, and that makes it what? A website. If you have a single web page there and you cannot go to a link, it is just called a web page. That one is just a web page. It's not a website. The websites are interconnected documents and resources. So we adding the resources here because once you are on a website, you'll be able to listen to video, audio, you'll be able to connect, you'll be able to download files. All the files are resources that are linked to the website. Now we're going to talk about the founder. The key founder of World Wide Web is Tim Berners-Lee. This is the name, Tim Berners-Lee. Tim Berners-Lee. That is his name. He proposed the World Wide Web, okay, in 1989. So by that, you were able to come out with how scientists can link resources and share resources on the internet. It's a scientist working. They came out with the idea. Instead of going through 1,000 files on your computer, you can see his picture there, he's still alive. Okay. So why instead of going through files, 120 files on the computer, why not an environment that will provide a link to all these files? Just one page, and you can link to these resources so the user can easily access the file they want. So through this, and he's a researcher, PhD researcher at that time, was able to come out with a protocol, okay, to develop websites. Okay. The key web standards and technologies that are used to develop the website or use it include HTML, hypertext markup language, and that is what we're going to study in this course. The key technology for developing website is HTML. Okay, and the main protocol for a website is HTTP, hypertext transfer protocol. That's the protocol for the internet. The language that is used to develop it is HTML. You know the difference. For you to view web page, you have to have a URL, Uniform Resource Locator. For you to view a web page, you have to have a URL. So URL stands for Uniform Resource Locator. Okay. So all these technologies were developed to support the usage or the development of a website. Okay. Initially, website was just a read alone. But as the HTML language evolved, we're able to have more powerful application being developed using the HTML language. So the late 2000s, we have what is known as Web 2.0. Web 2.0, read and write. Initially, you cannot write on the internet. You cannot write on the browser. So that was the initial stage of the website. And later, in the late 2000s, it brought the rise of Web 2.0, where users can read and write. So let's say that time was Web 1.0. So initially, the web was Web 1.0. 1.0. Okay. So this is the same as read alone websites. Okay. Read alone websites. But the late 2000s brought the rise of Web 2.0, where user can read and write. And it is characterized by user-generated content, social media platforms, such as Facebook and Twitter, evolve. User can now add content and to be displayed on the website. And this makes the website interactive. Okay. All these are supported. Web 2.0 is supported with technologies such as JavaScript, PHP, Java server page, to make the website interactive. Later, we have the concept of Web 3.0, which is more powerful. The Web 0.0 is associated with semantic web. Semantic web. Semantic means web of meaning. Web of meaning, whereby even the content generation, the HTML that we're using to write the Web 3.0 are semantic. Now, if you want to add video to your website, it's meaningful. The tag is just video. Audio, the tag is audio. So even the development using the code make the web of meaning, which is semantic web. Okay. Web 3.0 aims to make web content more machine readable and intelligent. So even currently, we have intelligent web. intelligent web. The moment you go to search engine and you start typing, so if I go to Google, if I start typing, you see the suggestion, the drop down, the intelligent web is trying to suggest to me whatever I want to type. Okay, I just started typing what, and you can see the suggestion. So intelligent web. So now we have intelligent web, and we have a lot of things undergoing in the system. The more powerful e-commerce sites, the more powerful cloud services. Okay, privacy issues are rising. A lot of other positive and negative issues are rising as a result of intelligent web. So now you should be able to differentiate between internet and web. We're now going to look at web browser. What is a browser? It is a software used to access and navigate the World Wide Web. For you to view content on the website, you need a browser. You need a browser. So looking at me here, I have I have a Stream browser. A Stream browser is there. We have Google Chrome, it's there. Okay, Chromium, yeah, it's also there. Different browser. So for us to view something on the internet, you need a browser. This is a Stream browser. Okay, we can search or type the URL. You can see up there. It says search or enter the URL. Okay, you need browser. So a web browser is a software. That's our definition. Browsers are software applications used to access and navigate the World Wide Web. Okay, so they are designed to understand text, images, video, and multimedia elements. They are designed to allow you to interact, such as filling a form and clicking on a button. Features of websites include rendering engine. That's what the browsers use. They have engines to interpret and display web content based on your searches. Yeah, based on your searches. So some web browsers are listed here. Mozilla, Google Chrome, WebKitty, Apple Safari. Can you mention some web browsers you know? There are different web browsers. Yes. Can you mention some?
Yes, we have
Okay.
Monkey.
I've Walenzi Papa. Mention or you right. Mention your or you type. Can you mention some web browsers?
Yes, please. We have the Monkey, Brave, Maston.
Right. Okay, so those are web browsers. So you define them as a Walenzi Papa. What do you want to say?
Yeah, madam, I wanted to ask a question earlier on.
Netscape
Long time ago.
Navigator. Thank you. All right. So there are many of web browser. So we define web browser as software application. So They have two features such as rendering engine and user interface. So whatever we type in on here, this is our user interface. The screen that allows the user to type, okay, is the okay. So that screen I'm typing in is a user interface. Okay. So those are features of web browsers. Other features include navigation. So if I go to this browser again, we realize that it allows me to type. It allows me to add. I can add new icons. Okay. You can add websites. So for this, if my website, you can add the link. You can add the link. So you have the website. So if I want to add the UCC website, you say UCC, name of website is UCC. Then the link will be here. I can just type www.ucc.edu.gh. Okay. So I add. You can see that it's added there, UCC. So anytime I want to go there, I will just click on the link. Okay. I click on the link, okay, icon. So what I just did is interaction, okay, user interface. Okay. So it allows us to navigate. Okay. Another feature is security. Securities are part of web browsers. They are configured within the web browsers. So we have features like pop-up blockers, malware detection, secure socket layer, encryption for secure transaction. So all these are within the browsers to check for security issues, to notify you about certain bad websites. Okay, security. Another key features of a web browser is extension and add-ons. Okay. These are in current web browsers because they facilitate blocking of website too. They manage the password, okay, and they are productivity tools. Okay. Cross-platform compatibility is another feature of a web browser. With this, we're saying that browsers support Windows environment and Linux environment, different platforms. They support different platforms. Okay. So now, we're going to, since website goes along with URL, we're going to study the part of a URL. Okay. For the UCC website we did earlier, we realized that it's URL. You type the URL to get to a website. If I want to go to Alibaba, if I know the URL, I type it here and go to that website. Okay. So uniform resource locator is what we call URL. And we define it as a web address used to identify websites or resources on the internet. A URL is a web address, just like address to your house. Okay. So we're going to identify the part of URL. URL consists of 3 parts based on the diagram below. We have the protocol part. So for this website, the protocol is HTTP. Okay, the protocol is HTTP. Up to here is the protocol. Then we have the host part. The host part starts with www. The host name is www. Then if you want to open any file, the file up to its location will give us the path. The path. Okay. And looking at the top here, I said we have the scheme and the host. The scheme and the host. If you want to go by that part, the scheme is the protocol. The scheme is the same as the protocol. So your protocol can be anything that we defined earlier, HTTP or HTTPS or FTP. So they will start the web address. If you want to send a file, you can start with what? FTP. If you want to go to a website, you start with HTTPS or HTTP. The website name will start with that one. So that is the scheme. Okay. So the scheme example is HTTPS : // That is the scheme. And it's the same thing as the protocol. Okay. The host part is from www, as I said earlier, to whatever name you have. Okay. The host component identify the location of the resource. Okay. So this example of a URL. When we take a URL, the default port for the chosen scheme will be port 80. Okay, port 80 for HTTP and port 443 for HTTPS. What is a port? It's an optional component that specifies the network port on the host to which the client should connect. If you are on the network with the URL, so the port that you should connect to within the server will be, for this protocol, it will be port 80. Okay. The path, you can see the path in the address here, path below in the diagram. That is a path. Meaning for this, we want to open index.html file that is saved within regress step folder. And the regress step folder is also in another folder called info. So we've created 2 folders. And within this regress is where the index.html file is that we want to open. So it's the path to the document. Okay. So if the path is incorrect, it will not be able to open the web address for you. Every / is used to separate directories and files. Okay, this symbol. So if I say products/page.html, it means the file. This is the file. Page.html is inside products folder. So the web browser would look for it and open it in the web browser. Query component is also a part of a uniform resource locator. That one is preceded by a question mark. So you see a query with a question mark in front of it. Example is here. So we have question mark, then ID. ID equals to 1, 2, 3, and category. equals to electronics. Okay. So when you are from today on, once you are on website, going around the pages, be checking the URL up there. Be checking the URL up there. So you'll be able to identify all this part of the URL that I'm talking about. Apart from that, when you are also creating a website, you'll be able to know how you should structure your URL appropriately. A folder should be, they call it web management. Okay, website page management. So you create a folder and put appropriate things at the right places. And when you are linking a file to the page, you have to reference those URL using the slash. So that is what it means here. Okay. So now we're done with the URL as a web address that allow you to identify resources and view them. And they consist of these parts: protocol, host, and path. Okay. Host and path. Okay. So we have identified the path. Actually, even here should have been, should start with 3. This one. Should start with 3. Okay. I will change that one. Now we're going to look at MIME, multi-purpose internal mail extension. Here is what we're going to look at. This is a standard that extends the format of email to support text in characters like ASCII characters, as well as attachment. You realize that you'll be attaching audio, video, images, and other application to your website. Okay, so multi-purpose, those are ASCII characters. So the extension, the MIME, allow all this to work appropriately. Below are the key aspects of MIME. MIME allow character encoding. Okay, character encoding. So if you go to even Word document, you realize that we have different characters. Apart from 1, 2, 3, you can type 3, 4, 5. You can type. We have other characters. Okay, so for the website to be able to encode them and then display them appropriately, we're saying that it consists of MIME, and one of the character aspects is character encoding. Okay, so character encoding is to enable the exchange of email message in characters that are set other than the traditional word ASCII. Okay. 2, text and HTML are part of the MIME extension. It's saying that it allows for the inclusion of both plain text and HTML content in the email. So once you are in the writing your email to send to somebody, you can incorporate text, you can incorporate your HTML, okay, and other special characters. Email also allow you to do attachments. So those attachments is well functioned based on what? MIME. So you can attach image to your email, audio, video, and other type of data to your email. So that's what it means. So it allows for all this. And then the last one, within the email, we also have multi-part messages. Okay, so it's the function of the MIME. Messages are divided into multiple parts. So the parts include what? The content, HTML content, images, attachments. Okay, you see that they will be falling under it. So once you make attachment, you realize that it will go down there, down the text you have typed already. If you attach images, it also go down there. So multi-part messages are sent through the main function of what? The MIME. So it's cautioning again that MIME is not limited to email alone. It's also used in other internet protocols and application. Okay. Good. Web hosting. When you develop your website on your desktop or laptop, it will just be there. You alone can view it. If you want people to be able to view your website, you have to put it online. And the term is hosting. Okay, hosting. That is somebody's job, a company that have their big server there and that have installed all the needed software and have 24/7 internet connection. That allow people to go, you bring your website, some develop and host for you. And there are free hosting servers online now, free hosting servers. But mostly you have to pay, either monthly or yearly. So they take your website and put it online. Web hosting is a service that allows individuals and organizations to make their websites or application accessible on the internet. Okay. Excuse me, I'm coming. Sorry, I'm back. All right, we have different types of hosting. Okay, as we started, we said we use the hosting service is being done by internet service providers. So those who provide the hosting, they are called internet service provider. Internet service provider. So let me see, hosting by ISP. ISP. Okay. So that means internet service provider. Okay. ISP. So they provide the service for the hosting. Okay. It's a way of developing, some develop and host, and some to you develop and send it to them. Based on what they have installed, they can people can view your internet. Okay. they can view your website. Type of hosting, we have shared hosting. That is the basic one and cost effective, okay? Where you just have your server, your everything in a folder, and other people can also have their things in their different folder, and they'll be hosted together on one common server. But each person will be given their URL. Okay, so shared hosting is suitable for small websites and personal blogs. Okay, because you realize that it just gives you small traffic. Okay? And the place, the what you call capacity will also be small. Shared hosting is easy to set up and manage, but may have performance limitations. Okay? Sometimes maybe delay based on the type of image or the type of video that can delay website from loading. Okay, it can have those effects. Then we have what is also called the second one, virtual private server. Okay, this is more advanced than the shared hosting. Okay, based on performance and flexibility. Okay, so virtual servers environment is where it is set up. So we say it involves a virtualized server environment where multiple virtual private servers run on a single physical server. Okay, so virtual private server is different. So meaning it's just online. The server is just online, basically to serve this purpose. Okay, and we realize that multiple of them can run simultaneously together. Okay. Then we have the dedicated hosting. Okay, with dedicated hosting, we realize that the entire physical server is meant for single client or website. So we can say that the server is meant for only UCC. That's a dedicated server. It is not sharing with anybody, any client. Okay, and we say it has the capability of highest level of performance because you are using it alone. Anything they configure for you, you do, highest level of performance. Security is also taken care of, and we have control. You have control of that dedicated server based on what you want to do. Dedicated also is suitable for large websites, e-commerce platform, and application. Okay, that is what it should do because you not be having other people's websites on that server that can cause security issue, for example, that can delay content. So this is fine, dedicated hosting. Another kind of server we have there is cloud hosting. Cloud hosting, okay? Cloud hosting uses network of virtual servers, cloud, okay, so on the cloud, to deliver resources on demand, okay? So this is cloud on the cloud, and we realize that it is scalable, okay? It offers scalability and redundancy. Also allow users to pay only for resources they use. Only. So if you go to some websites, you want to host, they'll give you free services there for some, and the capability is small. What you can do with the free hosting. I mentioned free hosting earlier. So those are the example of cloud hosting. They give you small storage space, whatever, but at the end, they ask you to subscribe, okay, by paying this amount for a better options. It's a way of marketing, okay, the cloud hosting. Some will offer free, then later they would ask you to add some money to get more features. So the last one is a free hosting one, okay, free hosting service. with limited features and resources. So free hosting is suitable for personal projects, experiments, or small websites. It may come with ads. The ad here, that is 13. It will come with ads that will be popping up for the website users and other limitations. All right. So that's about hosting. Now we have defined hosting, and we talk about type of hosting out there, so that if you design a website and I say, look for free hosting there and host it, you send the URL, then we can look. Okay. These are examples of hosting sites. Example of hosting sites. Yeah. Now we're going to domain names. Okay. Domain name, when I was talking about IP address, we already talked about it. Domain name is a user-friendly, human-readable address that is used to access websites and other resources on the internet. So it is believed that human beings, we cannot easily remember numbers. That is why the domain system came to be. Cannot easily remember numbers, the IP addresses. So what IP address will do for you, domain name will do for you. And we are saying that because human can easily remember alphabet names, so that is define equivalent name for the IP address. For me and you now, we don't know the IP address of UCC website. We only go and type the domain name. The domain name. Okay? That's what we go and type, because we can easily remember that one. And we say the domain name system will convert the name that we type there to IP address. Earlier I've said about that. The key point about domain names is a structure. It consists of a structure. Okay. This is the structure we have here. For example, if you have this as a domain name, you see the ending. The ending is .com. .com. www.example.com. Com is a top level domain name. TLD. Top level domain name. Okay. The second level domain name, okay, will also be there. There are different domain names. So if you're talking about structure, let me see whether I have the structure there. Yeah. We have a structure. We have .com at the ending. Then we have edu. We have some website we end with .net, .gov. Okay, .gov. .biz, different .org, different domain name system. And we're saying that this different level domain name consists of structure. The top level domain name are the highest level of domain names, the highest level, and are located to the right of the last dot, So examples are here. They are even listed here. .net, .gh, .org, whatever. Top level domain names. The second level domain names are the part of the domain name directly to the left of the TLD. So directly to the left of the TLD are the second level domain name. So if this is the top level .com, to the left is example. Okay, we have different example. So those are the example of the SLD, second level domain name. Then we have the subdomains. We have domain name system that I said is used to convert the IP address, the domain name to its IP addresses. Okay. So this is about HTTP status, the header. Okay. There are 3 digits numbers Okay, HTTP status code are 3-digit numbers that the server will send to the client for a response. So if I'm talking about client here, it is a browser. So when the client machine, that is a browser, requests information from the server, it will be sent to the server for processing. After processing, it will be the output will be sent back to the client, that is to the browser. Yeah. To provide so the header status provide information. Okay. So if you see something starting with the 3, the header information, some information will start with 2. 2. Remember, I said there are what? 3-digit numbers. 3-digit numbers. So 2SS. So if something is starting with 2, it means successful. So if it's 200, it is okay. 201, created. But if the web browser wants to send a redirect you somewhere, it will start with 3. 3. If you go to a URL, you type it and you enter. If the information that will come with like 301, it's yours. The file has been moved permanently. 302 found. So the header information or the header status is giving us information about the status of the what? Website. Error. If you go to website and the page can pop up, the information that will come will start with 4. Client error. So if it's a client error, meaning the error is from the browser. The browser. If it's a server error, it will start with 5. Server error starts with 5. So 500 means internal server error. 502 means bad gateway. Okay. So the problem resolved from the server. If the problem results from the client, which is the browser, it will start with 4. So that is with a web browser. We talk about hosting, domain name. Then what do you have here? HTTP, there is web server. Okay, web service. So we will look at, we've talked about web browsers, and you gave me example. Now, what is a web server? Web server is also software responsible for responding to the browser's requests. Web browsers are software application or program responsible for responding to the browser's requests. Okay. For 7, let me write this here. Or responding web browsers requests. So these are the types of web server. Okay. So for you to quickly understand the server concept, earlier I typed plagiarism. This is my browser, the client. So I'm making requests. I'm making requests to the server, a particular server out there. So if I enter plagiarism, this is what I have. So the server responded. Different servers responded. Different, you see, different information. So quickly, server respond to the client requests. by outputting the process information. So this is the process information. Okay, that is how you can easily understand what the server is. The web server are software or program that are responsible for serving or responding to the user's browser's requests. So that's what I've just made. Browsers are from either Apache or Tomcat. Okay, Apache or Tomcat. So I will leave you to read the security issues on the internet. I know you are familiar with privacy, integrity, authentication, but I still put the note here. So that's for your individual reading. You read the security issues on the internet. Okay. What tools do we need to develop websites? Is what I have here. A web programmer toolbox consists of various tools or software or libraries that are used to develop websites. Some of these tools are IDE, Integrated Development Environment, or code editors. So I've listed here some code editors. Visual Studio Code, Sublime Text. Okay, I have Sublime Text here. Okay, Visual Studio Code, I have not installed it. Atom. Okay, Atom. We have Notepad++. You can Notepad. It's an example of code editor. Notepad. We have Testpad. Then we have Notepad++, and many more. Yeah, many more. So I'm telling you that when we start developing a page now, you can either use code editors, like all these things I've mentioned here, or IDE. With IDE, it's just like you can drag and drop things. It provides you the environment to, and you can test, you can debug your code easily. Okay. So who will use the code editors? Because we want to understand what we are coding so that you can learn the IDE by yourself. And once you are in the IDE, you understand what it is doing or what you want to do. Okay, so we'll do this too when we come back. Okay. All right. Any question? We'll break and come back. I think it's, what is the time? 2 something. At 2, right? What time are we coming back?
Please,
I think
no, break it 10 minutes.
So let's come back in 20 minutes.
Okay, madam.
one noted, madam.
So see you in 20 minutes time. That will be like 2, 3 or
Oloski. Oloski, still things they hard. Oh. Macbeth. Macbeth. Oloski.
said I know. Then some people said they don't know. Then most of us will go and bring there.
Hello and welcome back.
Thank you, madam.
Okay. So now we continue with the 1B. 1B for today's lesson is about designing your own website. Designing your own website. That is HTML basic. Okay. This is our unit objectives. We're going to look at the HTML brief history, differentiate between HTML and SHTML, understand some HTML tags and attributes. Outline of our presentation is also listed here on this page. So look at the evolution of HTML and SHTML. Okay. Looking at the evolution of HTML, first let's try to understand the two concepts, SHTML and HTML. HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. Hypertext Markup Language. And SHTML also stands for Extensible Hypertext Markup Language. There are markup languages that have played a significant role in the modern web. So for website development, we use HTML. HTML evolved to HTML5 now. The current HTML that we are using to design websites is HTML5. When you look at the history of the extension, that is where SHTML comes in. It's an advanced form of HTML, the initial HTML. SHTML added extensible in that it tries to check for tags error. So initially HTML does not check, the raw one doesn't check for errors in the code. It will render. But the browsers together with the new format HTML as at that time added some check validating the tags to make sure that they render well within the browsers. Okay. So HTML itself was introduced in 1990 as a simple markup language for creating web pages. It's simple. So advanced one came up, as I said, and then we have HTML 2.0, as I said earlier in our earlier lesson. HTML 3.2, it went to 4, it went to SHTML, and currently it went to HTML5. Okay, it went to HTML5. Okay, so since HTML5 began in 2012, it has come to stay. So the current version of our HTML is in 2012, and it is HTML version 5. Okay, so that means it came immediately after the SHTML. So what makes SHTML different from HTML was that It requires stricter adherence to rules and guidelines. It checks for appropriate syntax. It checks for appropriate tags so that it will render well in the browser. So that's what HTML does. Now you come to the current version, it introduces newer tags. It introduces semantic contents. Okay. It introduces canvas for graphics and enhanced form control. So every modern browsers are configured to work for HTML5. HTML5 also focuses on accessibility and mobility, mobile-friendly design. It focuses on accessibility and mobile-friendly design so that when you use HTML5, the same content will display on your laptop. The screen will be clear on your laptop, on your desktop, any bigger screen, on your phone. So it's mobile-friendly using the appropriate tags. HTML5 also makes the website more responsive and adaptable to different devices. Okay, adaptable, that's the keyword I want to use. Adaptable to different devices. So if I'm viewing content developed with HTML5, I should see it's the same as when I'm using my laptop or bigger screens. Okay. Differences between HTML and XHTML is what is on this task. Okay. For HTML5, you have to close, XHTML, you have to close the tags. You have opening tags and closing tag. And you must close them appropriately. Okay. And the tag should be written using lowercase. Attributes should also be written using lowercase. For example, this is a tag, IMG. The IMG here is a tag. You see that it's written in lowercase, not uppercase. The input here is a tag. So when I add attributes in between here, it should be, that's what the second point is saying. Lowercase element and attribute names. That's what you should do. Attribute value should be quoted. Okay. So double quotes can be used or single quote can be used. Some attribute too can be unquoted. Okay, so that is in HTML. But it's saying that in XHTML, attribute values must be double quoted. Okay, so those so in HTML it support unquoted, single quoted, and double quoted. But XHTML emphasize on what? Attribute value should be double quoted. Okay, the next key difference is that in HTML, empty element can be written without a closing slash. This slash. Okay, in HTML. So in HTML, so I can just say break. Can just say break and to work. But in XHTML, there should be a slash here, a slash at the end. The same thing, break tag. Okay, so that is another difference between the two. Now we're going to look at the syntax, meaning how you structure our website. Syntax is about how you write the code, HTML code, syntax for your page. Remember also that HTML follow a predefined tags by W3C. So those who come out with the standard for the tag, the organization is called the World Wide Web Consortium. the World Wide Web consultant. All web technologies, even CSS, whatever, is the syntax are written by W3C, and they are encoded in the browsers. The HTML, we are saying that is predefined. You don't define your own tags. You are using the predefined tags by W3C. Okay. To start your HTML page, you start with the doc type. The doc type specify the HTML. The HTML you want to. So this is how you write it. So document type declaration. Doc type means document type declaration. Okay. So we are telling the browser that the document text file is an HTML. We put space and the HTML, followed by HTML tag, followed by the head tag. Okay, head tag. So the head tag is also following by the body. But before that, in between the body tag, you realize that you can put the title, okay, other meta tag. So the head section contains meta tag, tags. It also contains title tags, and any other information you want to add to process the website will be in between the head tags. Any information you want to show in the browser, all what I've said so far, they will not be displayed in the browsers. If you want anything to be displayed in the browser, such as your paragraph, your headings, your images, your video, those things that you want the user to see on their website should be in between the body tags. The links, link from one page to the other, should be in the body tags. Okay. So quickly, this is how the code would look like. Doc type, starting HTML, the head section, the body section, then you close the HTML at the end. Note that every opening tag is the first one. Will have a closing tag. The head tag, this is the head closing tag. Closing tag contains the slash. Title tag, empty, no content, all of them no content now. Where we're saying that this is our syntax to write our HTML page. You will close it. Body is where you put a lot of things to be shown in the browser. Then you close the body tag at the end. And this is the root element. So the root element to your website design is the HTML tag. You see that it will open first after the dot type and close last on the page. So that's what I've specified here. So this is the code syntax, and this is our tree, document tree. Okay. Now we're going to demonstrate our example. This is a template. Anytime you want to design website, you use this template. This is a template. Any web page, you have to know how to structure your page in this way. This is a template, please. The document type declaration, HTML, the head section ends here. Okay, head section ends there. Okay. Then we have the body. In the body, I said earlier, is where you put anything you want to show on your page. This is a comment. HTML comment is in this form. Comment. Comment does not display in the browser. The comment you made is to address our code. Is to tell what you want to do. by coding the beneath of it. Okay. So here we say page content goes here. So if I run this code, nothing will show. So let's try that and see. So that is our structure of a web page. Structure of the web page. I'll copy the structure. Then we go to the standard HTML. This is where I define what each structure does, as I've explained. Okay, as I've explained, the head, the title, the body, as I've explained. Okay, these are other tags, and I've added the description of what they do. So we're saying that HTML provides several tags to mark up and format text. So P paragraph is a tag. This is a tag to write a paragraph on your website. Strong is a tag to make your text bold. EM is a tag to italize your document, or to italize your text. U tag is for underline. If you want to put on a line under the text, you use this tag, underline. These are their starting tag. They will be matching closing tags. Okay, matching closing tag. Okay, to write a page, you go to text editor. So I'm going to go to your text editor, go to the search beneath there. I hope you are seeing the page. The text down, you just type text. These are the text editor I have: Notepad, Notepad++, and Sublime Text. Note that Notepad comes free. If you have a computer with a window, okay, you have Notepad there. It comes free with window. I've installed Sublime Text. You can download and install it. I've also installed Notepad++. Okay, there are many more, as we saw earlier. So I'm going to open each of them, and you see the environment where you can write HTML. So first, I'm opening the Notepad++. Notepad++, this is how the page will look like. And you see, starting from 1, as you type your code, it will mark them. Okay, this is the environment. And within this Notepad++, we realize that we have menus. A lot of menus there. I've clicked the first one here for new file. If you are creating new document, you click there. New document, you click there. You can see you can cut your code. You can copy. You can paste. So you can reuse code by cutting and pasting. There are many more features. You can zoom your environment. File. Look at file. This is where you can open new or create new file too. Edit. Edit. Search. So it has its features. So let's type text again to see other environments. So I'll go to Notepad++. This is how Notepad. This is how it's the free one. This is the free one. That comes with Windows operating system. So it only have this, but it can work for you. With this environment Notepad, no hints. It doesn't give you hints when you are typing your code. Then when you come to Notepad++, it can give you hints. So the moment I start to type P, Okay, I've not started the HTML. So I've not closed the, saved the file to. It will give you hints. Likewise is when I go to Sublime Text. Sublime Text is here. This is the environment for Sublime Text. Okay, it's telling me there's update. Okay, so Sublime Text, this is the example. And look at the menu at the top too. We have the file, new file. Okay, I've added new file. It's dark. You can edit, select. So now I've demonstrated 3 interfaces where you can write your HTML, the text editor. Okay, so now I'm going to put our code. The first one, the structure of the HTML page. This one you must have it and know it on your head. Document type, this is the format, followed by, so this one is a structure or template for writing HTML page. Okay, so now I've put our template there. And as I said earlier, let me save the template. We are going to save it on a folder, in a folder. So I'm going to a folder, maybe on the desktop. I'll create a new folder. So I'll call this folder switch 2025 practical. Okay. So I've created a folder. You open your folder. So I'm calling this practice 1. Practice 1. .html. You are creating HTML page, so the extension should be there. HTML. Now, how do you save your file? It's what we are doing. Practice1.html. So that is my file name. Then you change the MIME type. Normal text or file. No, we don't want normal text. We are creating a website, so you change the file. You look for website HTML here. So you see C++ is there, C#, CSS is there, different. You look for it. HTML or just select all types. All types. Please. I always select all types. File name. Instead of looking for HTML here, I just select all types. Practice1.html, all types. So save. So make sure it is pointing to your folder. Our folder name is pointed. And you save it there. Good. So we have saved our first file. When we go to the desktop, we are going to our folder on the desktop now. The folder on the desktop is called switch. Open inside. So you see your first file, practice 1. Because this is an HTML page, it will take the icon, the default icon of your browser. Remember, I showcased many browsers earlier on my desktop, but the default one is picked. 360 Extreme browser is my default. So the icon will be picked for your HTML pages. Now, to view your content, you double click. Double click the file you have created. You see that there's nothing. Nothing inside because there's no content inside the body. It is only, this is our body, starting body tag and the closing body tag. And this is a comment. Comment doesn't show in the browser. The comment doesn't show in the browser. So that's why nothing is shown on our browser. Nothing. Okay, so we are going to put our first HTML content. The first HTML content. We are going to give our page a title. So we'll say I'm using headings. H1 is our tag. I'll say welcome to okay. So this is what I want to show. Welcome to Alima's homepage. Then I will close it. H1 again. Closing of the data, you put slash. Then you say H1 and greater than symbol. So I've closed it. Save your file. Then you go to refresh your browser. Interactive, you refresh the browser. So this is our content now. Welcome to Alima's homepage. Okay. That's the only content there. Welcome to Alima's homepage. Now, our second slide is on basic text markup. Text means those alphabets, numbers, whatever you want to do. So you want to format the text. Okay. We are going to add paragraph and all these contents. So I'll say C. I've copied it. You go back to your text editor. In between the body tag here, add your code. This is just our paragraph. Okay. And for this paragraph, we want to bold. This one, we want to bold it. So bold is strong. So you should have a matching closing tag there. Strong with the slash is closing it. EM is for italics. You should have a closing EM there. Then this is our closing EM tag with content. The next thing is underline. We should have a closing underline. You see the slash? U. Then you close it. Okay. This S is what? Strike through test. Okay. You should have closing S. Okay. Sub. Okay. Subscript. So this one is used for subscripts. Sub. This is also used for creating superscript. Okay. So now, for subscripts and superscript, we have to. This is too much. The text. Let me do something here. This tag is used to create subscript tag. Okay, so if I say sub 2, then you close it. You close the sub. This for mathematics stuff. And the other one for superscript. Okay. For superscript, we also use a number there. Sub 6. Then you close it. We will have to close it with a slash. Okay, so it's matching now. When we talk about block quotes, you use it for longer section of quoted text or quoted text. Okay.
Yeah, madam, the closing of the sub. Please check the closing of the sub. The sub.
Okay.
Subscript.
Okay.
The closing.
All right. So this one is sub. Okay. There's a problem here, sub. Thank you. All right. I think it's okay now. This is the hint is given, so. All right. So we'll look at the next two. Block quotes. Block quotes. So if you want to do quotation, but this is not quotation, it will indent your text. Okay. For a longer paragraph, you want to quote somebody, what the person say. Okay. It will indent it in some way. So you have to close it too. This is our block quote tag. And at the end of that statement, you start your statement. At the end of the statement, you add the closing with the slash. With the slash. Okay. For the code tag, we want to display something, information like code. We want it to look like the text format within the text editor. So that's why we use the code. Okay. For example, if I say earlier we added the HTML tags for the head, for the. So let me see. We want it to look like text editor format. Okay. It will be in between the code tag. So I'm going to do that here and say head. So let me use something like a UL. UL. Okay. UL. So this is our code. And maybe for that part alone, I want to, let me put a, okay. Okay. For this part alone, we want it to be displayed like a code. Okay, so let's save. I've saved the work already. With this example, I'm on text formatting. So you can see in between their text. So your text can be numbers and the alphabets. You want to format them or place them in our web document. We can use any of these tags. Heading, paragraph, strong, EM, they are text formatting file tags, text. I've saved the file. This is our page already. Since we've added more content, we go here, refresh. So this is what we have done. We have refreshed. This is a paragraph. Okay, this is the bolded paragraph, bold. And then the second one is the emphasis. All right. So let me make it clearer because now they are joined together because no paragraph. No paragraph. You can add paragraph around each of them. Okay, we add paragraph here. For the EM, we add paragraph. For the underline, we add paragraph. For the strike through, we add paragraph. Okay, and for each of these content paragraph, we want them to go to different line. That's why we are adding paragraph. We can add break to break. Paragraph. Okay, we are ended. So now All that you have added paragraph, you have to close it. Close the paragraph. So you close them so that the page content will display nicely. I want to please close them. Okay, so we are left with true to be closed. So I go to the end here and close the paragraph. Next, I close the paragraph. Good. So you save your work. Save it. So we can see how the page is displayed currently. Then when we refresh, we have each of them on different line. A paragraph will move the next content to the next line, but added space in between. Added space in between them. It's different to break. And look at what the sub is doing. Sub. The sub, you see that the two is down. Down. It's not on the same line as the test. And then for the SUP, S-U-P, it has moved the 6 to the top. This is S-U-B, sub, 2, down. This is SUP, superscript. It moved the 2 to the top, okay? All right. And for the block quote, it added indentation at the beginning. That's what the block quote is doing, block quote. Instead of the content to start displaying on the same line, it has indented it. And that's if the paragraph is long, it will display all of them before this one will start. The last tag was code. Code has changed the text format compared to the rest. The format of this text, this tag, the text format is different to the rest. Okay, that's what the code does. So these tags I've used here are called text formatting. Text formatting. There are more. These are some examples of text formatting or tags. Okay. So I'll go back to the slide. Then we'll continue from the next page.
So, madam,
Yes, please.
madam, the code. So the code more or less changes the font type. So that means
Yes. The code, that's what it does. Okay. So let me demonstrate. It's the font one time. Let me see. Just to let your code, the content look like the way I've typed P. You see the format is different in text editor. If I go to Word document, this is a Word document. If I type P, if I type P here, you see the format. Let me enlarge that one. You see how the P here look like. Okay. But if I go to text editor, let me go to Notepad. If I go there and type P, you see the format compared to the we want we want it to look like okay, it's different. The format, text format is different. You go A, J in that form. So whatever will be displayed in the browser, if I type the code, it will, if I use code around this one, it will be like the way it is typed within the text editor. Are you okay?
okay. So it just takes the format of the text editor, the type of the
Yes,
text editor. That's what the code
yes,
does.
yes. So mostly we use it around code. Code, okay? If you want to teach code structure, okay, syntax on website, There are websites meant for teaching about programming. Okay, the code part, you put them between the code. Okay, so that you display separately compared to paragraphs or headings that you have on your pages. Are you okay? Okay. So that is for this code. It's talking about this code tag. That's just what it does. Okay. So now we're going to the next page. The next page, we're going to talk about headings. We have headings. To give heading or title to your document, we have,
Madam,
yes.
please, I'm sorry to take you back. Please, the main format. If you could display the main formats in your presentation, I want to refer to the
This,
the HTML, the format for the HTML. There's a
okay.
line I want to
This one.
the format. Please go up. Okay, yes. So before that, okay. So line four.
Yeah,
Can
okay.
you explain what is happening in line four? And if possible, is it
Um,
possible to change it, or when you take it out, what happens?
okay, for line 4 for now, for that syntax, I was just telling you that you can add meter character sets to your headings, in between the headings. Any meter tag should go in between the heading tags, okay? For this example here, we're setting our character set to UTF-8, okay? The font, anything we are typing here should be, browser should format it as UTF-8. Okay, there are many forms of UTF or character sets. Okay, for example, let me see this far. If I go and say save as, save, okay, can you see what is here? Have you seen the encoding? For that text file, the encoding is UTF-8. We want the browser to process your any character you are typing as UTF-8, you leave it like that. Or you come here and change it. So Notepad has only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Five encoding options. 5 encoding options. That's what this form. Okay. So, and it's just for encoding. The meta tag is for encoding. Okay. Cancel. I'm not saving this one. But for this file, let me see. If I want to save as, it doesn't, we don't have it automatically, or so it take it as UTF-8. Okay, we don't set it for the Notepad++, for the Notepad++. So if I take the same code, okay, that's what it, okay, basically that's what the meter does. And mostly you put it here in between the opening heading and then closing heading. Title also goes there. Title of the page, not the title of the website. This title is what will display at the title bar. Look at what we have here, interactive page. Interactive page. So if you go to your browser, interactive page should come in the title bar. Interactive page. Yeah, I don't have the title bar, this browser. But if I open the same page in, let me open in Chrome. Open with Chrome. I want to open with Chrome now and see. This is the same page. Yeah, it's there. Sorry, it's at the top here. Interactive page. Have you seen that what the title bar does? interactive page. So if you look at interactive page, it's also in the head. It's at the head. But the content is what you display at the title bar of your browser. It displays at the title bar of your browser. And when you bookmark the page, this is the name it will pick for you. If you go to a website and you want to come back to it again, then you say you want to bookmark it for quick reference. The name in the title bar is what will come as your bookmark name for that website. Okay, so that's what it does here. So I'm saying that those things like title, meta, comes within the head tags, not in the body. And they are used to process the page information. So the meta is used to process this page information. The title bar also gives title for bookmarking the page. Other things can come here. JavaScript, okay, PHP, Java server pages, CSS. They will come in between the body tag. Sorry, in between the head tags here. And they are used to process the page content information. Okay, I hope you are okay now. Or listen.
Yes, madam.
Okay. So interactive page, you can see it there. So if I go to the other browser too, yeah, it's there. Interactive page is at the top here. The page title bar information. It's different to the welcome to Alime's homepage. This one is giving your website a title, a caption, and that content comes within the body tag, as you saw earlier, within the body tag. So we come to body, our first thing is its heading, okay? So now we going to the next content. The heading I gave to the page, I've used heading 1. We have different level of headings, H1 to H6. I've used H1. So somebody can use H2 as the heading. It must match. Okay, it must match. H2 as a heading. So another person will use H3. Another person can use H6. They are used to give different headings to your page. But the moment you start with heading 1, it is telling you that it's the largest heading. H1 is the largest heading with the bigger or biggest font size. H6 is the lowest heading with the lower or smaller font size. Okay, so we're going to demonstrate the headings now. So if I go to my code, already I have heading 1 here. So I'm going to copy the same thing. I've copied, and then I'll paste it 5 times. Okay. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So we have pasted. We want to demonstrate the different headings, and you see the difference. Heading 2, we'll go there. Heading 3, you see the hint is coming here. Heading 4, and here we have heading 5. The last is heading 6. So we have 6 different level of headings. Then you must change the closing tags. So now we're going to change this to 2 to match 3, heading 4, heading 5, and then the last is heading 6. Then you save your work. Then you debug in the browser. We're going to debug now. You can see up to heading 6. Different font size. H1 is the largest, followed by H2, followed by H3, in that order, up to H6, up to heading 6. Okay. The moment you use, this is our H1, the first one. It's for the main heading for your pages. Any main heading, use heading 1. Sub-headings, you can use heading 2. Sub-headings in your page, you can use any of these. So that's you must know how to use the headings. I shouldn't see your page starting with heading 3, and now within the same page, I have heading 2 below it. That is not professional. Okay. So that is a heading example, and that is a note. We're saying that we have different level of headings from H1 to H6. Use them appropriately. We have demonstrated paragraph. The next tag we'll demonstrate is A, anchor tag. It is used to create hyperlinks. You know, there cannot be website without hyperlinks. Link to different page. So to create a hyperlink, we're going to create another document, then we'll link it. For you to create hyperlinks, there's important tag there, attribute, href. The href attribute will specify the link document file. Okay? The href attribute will specify the file you want to link to, the name. Okay? Then we have the imgene tag. Okay, let me stop there. Then we'll demonstrate the A tag, anchor tag. Okay. Anchor tags. Okay. So let me use A tag. Before you do the A tag, we'll create another document. I'm going to create a new document. Within this new document, we'll need our template again. So I'll go back to the templates. The template is here. We want a new document. So I'm copying this template and put it in our new file. Immediately I do this, I'll save it in the same folder. In the same folder, switch folder is here. So our file name should be practice2 .html. And I said earlier, change the MIME type. So type now, change it to all types. Save your work. All right. So this is our second document. We're going to add content to this document to showcase our link. Okay. So the content I will add to this document will be image. I'm going to add image to the second document. Image can be added using the imgene tag. And the src attribute. src means source of the image. So src attribute will specify the image name. Okay. For example, we have imgene tag here, and imgene tag doesn't have closing tag separate. We only have self-closing. imgene tag is self-closing tag. It's here. So you not go and write imgene again. It is an example of self-closing tag. The most important attribute is here, src. So SRC equals to the folder and the file name. Or if the image is in the same folder as your file, you just know this will not come. Earlier, I've introduced that to specify some location, you use slash. So let me do simple one. Okay, simple one. So let's say our image is in the same folder. In the same folder, you put the file name here, .jpg. Auth is also important. Attributes. This is another important attribute. Auth. Okay. To minimize the space on your page so that the image doesn't take up all your browser page, you set the height and the width. So height is an attribute, and then the width is also what? An attribute. We want to say that in the browser, the window, the image, no matter the size, should display on the with the height as 200 and the width as what? 80. It shouldn't display the image to cover the whole browser. They set it within this width and height. If the image cannot display, maybe it's not in that folder, this text will display. That is the text, the value that we put here in the quotation. Alternative text will say auth equals to this image is about Segra talk show. So if the image is not there, this text will display. If the image is in the folder, the text will not display, only the image will display. So now I'm going to add this, and since we don't have the image, you will see what will display. We'll add it to the second file. In between the body tag, you add your image code. This is our image code. SRC, Segra Talk, alternative text. This is image about Segrat, and then we set the height and the width. We set the height and the width. Height and the width. Okay. So I'm saving this file. All right. Then you go to your where the image is. Practice 2 is here. When you display, you see alternative text has come. And the icon is telling us that it's image that should be displayed there. But since the image is not there, the text is displaying to show us. All right. So now we're going to link the two files. Let's link the two files. I want to link practice 2 to 1. So go back to 1, practice 1. This is practice 1. At the top there, at the top, I'm going to add the hyperlinks. Hyperlinks we saw earlier is A, anchor tag. And our file name will be here. And the text we want to display will be in between. Then you close the anchor tag. So I've copied that file. This is my anchor tag and the closing anchor tag. Closing anchor tag is there. The file name is practice 2. href equals to practice2.html. This is the content that should be displayed. Next page. Then we close it. All right. So let's save the page now. To demonstrate, you go to the first page and refresh. This was our first page. Refresh. You see next page there. Next page. When I click, the second page will display. When I clicked, so we're going to do that for this page too. We are going to add a link to the first page. So we'll copy the same code and go to practice 2 and add it. Add it and change the file name. So instead of this one, we say you should go to the first page. All right. So refresh. Refresh. Next page. We need to add a paragraph. Paragraph. Alone. So you add the paragraph. Where is the question? Undo. Okay. 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 So it is here now with a paragraph. That when you go to the browser now, okay, it's now at the top there. You can go from one page to the other. For this page, we have not changed the practice 1. Save it. Save. And this one too is saved. Okay. So go back there to the browser, refresh. Next page. Next page. Next page. Okay. So that's our link, hyperlink. So we have websites now. 2 pages are linked together. Yeah, they are linked together. That is true. So here is our first page. First page. Then you save it. Then the other one will be second page. Then you save it so that we can easily respond. Second page, first page, second page. Okay. So that is the link. Link can have different targets. Hello. So we can, those are the demonstration for the link. Yes, but this thing is, we're saying that links can open in a different browser or within the browser. Okay. So let me see whether I've demonstrated the target.
Before you call you. Okay. Okay, no problem. I'll wait for you to call them.
Okay. So we can also link to a different session on a page. You can link to different session on a single page, not to different page. So to link to different session in a page, we will use the anchor tag as well. Anchor tag. Okay. Then we have identifier. Okay. We have identifier. Okay. So this is an example to link to different section on a page. Maybe I want to link to from the top to the middle of the page, or from the top to the bottom of the page. We'll give the section you want to link to, where you want to jump to. You give it an identifier. So we say ID equals to A, or ID equals to B. Anything you want to give as the identifier. The location you want to jump to, you give it an identifier. So after that, then you now go to your anchor tag and reference the identifier name preceded with a hashtag. Preceded with hashtag. Okay. You give the location and identifier, then you go into the anchor tag and precede it with what? The href value. Instead of href to be file name, it will be the location identifier. Now, this we are doing, the href is within the opening A tag. Before you close the A tag, what do you want to be displayed to the browser so that for them to click? You use button. You put the name in between. Oh yeah, I've used button. Okay, the bottom of the page. Okay, or the top of the page. You can jump there. Okay. So that is there's another way of what linking. Also, I want to clarify that for the link we did earlier, the anchor, we can have different type of link. Your link can be absolute or relative. Okay, link to a different document, a different page can be absolute or relative. If I'm linking to a website that is already online, like this one, yeah, we want to link to google.com, and that is a absolute link. Linking to another website is an absolute link. But if I'm linking to the page I've already created myself, the page that I've created, like the one we just did, it is called relative links. Relative link, okay? So that's what I put here. So I say URL can be absolute or relative, okay? So, and that's the example at the top. Okay, so let's demonstrate that example. I've cut it. So I'm going to copy that one. Then I add it to our second page. This is our second page. Okay. For this second page, I put the link. Then I save it. After saving, I go to the second page. I go here. So this is our Google link. Google link. And this is the lecture notes. Google link, lecture notes. So if I click on lecture note, you see it's not in our folder. Okay. This is not, the web page cannot be accessed because it's not in our folder. Error code 6. Okay. It's not in our folder. Okay. So that page is not there. If I go back and I click on Google, which is an absolute link, it should send me to Google. So this is the absolute link. It has sent me to Google. Okay. Absolute link. So now I'm going to demonstrate link within page. And for the image too, let's look for image and add to the page, the folder. This is our working folder. Everything depends here. So I'm going to get image and put here. Okay. So any image that we can see can be put there. So let me copy this image. We copy the image to switch practical. It's here. Control V. Okay. Dancing. The moment you have image, look for the extension, the type, MIME type, JPG. You know, we have different image formats. Okay. So this one is JPG, and the name of the file is dancing. So you go into your code, SRC equals to dancing, the image name, .jpg. So it's correct, .jpg. So save your work and then refresh the browser. Refresh the browser. Listen. So we have the image now. And because we set the size, it has taken the size we have set, height and width, okay? So we can change that and we'll see what happens. The height is 200 by 180, the width. So if I change this one to 300, the height, and the width to also 400. Okay, so save your work. Refresh. So that will increase the image. Increase the image size. Okay. Image size. Okay. All right. So we'll go back to our link. Link within a page. Okay. So we are going to demonstrate link within a page, which is here. It is the same way as linking, but I'm saying that one we want to link within. We going to demonstrate what I have here that I said this is our link code, and this is where we are giving a identifier P. So C, Control C. I've copied that one. Then I go into practice 1. Practice 1 that we have many content. Many content is here. I'm putting it before the closing tag. Okay. Before the closing tag. P is our paragraph. ID equals to A. Then we have the content. We have the content. Okay. So for this content, I'm going to copy and put more so that we can see the jumping. This is all one paragraph. So I'm going to add the same content. Oh, what did I do? Undo. I want to copy. So copy is here. Then we'll add as many as possible in between the paragraph tag. So I'm adding enter added. Okay. Okay. So now I want the thing to jump to the bottom here. So I put a paragraph there, closing that one, Control V. Okay. So this is the starting for the last paragraph. So the last paragraph now, I want to put the ID there. ID equals A. The A. Okay. ID equals to A. So I'll delete the ID from here for now. Delete. Okay. Save. Okay. And this is our link tag. Link code. Okay. This is our link code. For the link code, let me send it to the top so that all our link will be at the top. So I go to the top. This is our first link. A. I'm adding this link. All right. This is the second link in a paragraph. Okay. Let's save our work. Then we'll go to the browser. So refresh. Second page. I think it's in the second page. This is the first page. This is the second page. Look at the browser now. When I click on the bottom, you see that it has moved to the bottom. It has moved to the bottom. So we can add to go back to the top. We can add a line of code to go back to the top. So to add the line of code to go back to the top, we will go to the bottom there. We go to the bottom here and put our link there. This the same kind of link, this one. So I'll go there. I've copied. Then I want it to be here. And I'll change our ID to B. So that means I should reference B. I should create a ID at the top where I want it to jump to. So I should give it a name B. Okay. So I'll go to the topmost of my page. Okay. Topmost of my page. And I'll I'll give something here, an ID, maybe this paragraph. So I'll say ID equals to B. ID equals to B. Save it. Okay. So now, if I'm here, let's refresh. I say bottom, it will jump to bottom. So here should be top. I want to go back to top. Go to top. So I say it should jump to top. Okay. So where is the paragraph? ID equals to B. This is equals to B. So here bottom. So there I'll say top. Top. Go to the top. Go to top. Go to top. Okay. Save. B. Hashtag B. Okay. And at the top, I give B here. So if I want remove it from here, then we'll put it to the within the H1. Within the H1, it can also go there. Then I save it. Okay, so let's see that again. We'll refresh our page. We go to bottom and go to top. It's working there for the H1. It has gone to top of the, starting from the top. Okay. So that's about link. That's about link. And another thing I want to tell you about link is that, you see, right now, when I click on link, any link, it's opening within that same file. Within that same file. If I go to second page, no new page is opening. It's just displaying there. First page, second page, no new page is displaying. We can change that one by setting the target. So I'm going to set the target here. Within the opening tag, we'll say target equals to blank. Target equals to blank. Let's see what happened. There should be underscore. Target equals to blank. Okay, so I will quickly refresh the browser. Refresh. Have you seen that? Another file has opened. When I click on the second, we have not set the target there. Anytime I click on first, another page will open because the target has been set to blank. So that attribute is telling the browser to open the new content, the new page in a different web browser. Target equals to blank, underscore blank. This one, that's what it does. So let's say there are other values. So if I set the target to self is there, and you save it. So let me undo. Okay. I'm going to add it to the second page. The second page, which is practice 2, you go to the link. This is our link. And I'll say target equals to self, underscore self. So second page. Okay, second page. So meaning self. It's opening within the page. So I'm going to close all these ones. Okay. First page is there. But when I'm in second page, when you click it, no new page is opening. So meaning target equal to self is the default for the browsers. Default. It's opening the web link, the web page link that you have clicked in the same web browser that is already open. Target equals to self. But if I change it to target equals to blank, underscore blank, it will open it in a different browser. Okay, in a different browser. There are other values. Okay, there are other values. So target Let me see the code. Okay. I'm just here. Link. Okay. I'm saying that apart from the attributes that we have seen, the href attribute, we can have targets. I'll add the note. I'll add it for your reference. Targets. Okay. The new slide. So I'll add the notes later. Setting the anchor targets. So that will be our title. I'll add the note to that. But that's the demonstration. The target value can be any of what I stated. So the target values can be any of these ones. Can be underscore. Okay, can be underscore target. Sorry, blank. Blank. Underscore self. Underscore self. And I said this is the default for every browser. Target value can also be underscore parent. Underscore parent. So when I do link later, we'll test for parent, or you test it yourself. So when I talk about values, it is what is inside the quotation. Target equals to underscore self, underscore blank, underscore parent. Okay. Any question? Okay. No question. Okay. So we have done this one too. Block and inline elements. Okay. So we should be able to differentiate between block elements and inline elements. Block elements are elements that consist of nested tags. In it, you can nest other tags. So example are the paragraph. For the paragraph, for the paragraph now, we are seeing paragraph with nested elements. Okay, when you look at this paragraph, we have nested two anchor tags within that paragraph. Okay, so it is a block level element. When you go to page 2, within page 2, let's see where we have nested. Okay, we didn't nest any tag here. Okay. So a tag that you can nest other tags in it are called block level elements. But the tags that we can use to style a smaller portion of a text is called inline element. An inline element example is the strong. We have used strong earlier. We have used img. img tag, we can use it for only image. Okay. Anchor tag for length. No other tags can be nested within anchor tag, so it is inline. Span tag we use it to start for small portion, which is an inline. But these other tags, such as division, div, paragraph, H1, figure, OL, all these we can add other tags. So let's demonstrate a block level element using these three. List. So I'm going to talk about types of lists. Types of lists. Okay. So I'm here. Types of lists. Listing is what I've done using my note, the course outline. So looking at my course outline in Word document, I've done listing. This is a list. A list of 7. A list of 7. Okay, options. And here I've also done some listing of 4. There these are online resources you can go to. Okay. Now that you are learning websites, you can go to these links and you get this far. Go to this list and then you can learn more. I've done listing here. Okay. Even the 1, 2, 3 that I have here is a type of list. Okay. So how do you design lists in HTML? So HTML is telling us that we have 3 main types of listing. 3 main types of listing in HTML. Okay. The first is unordered lists. Unordered lists. With unordered lists, it's going to list our items using bullets. Using bullets. Okay. Unordered lists. And the tag to design it is UL. UL tag. We use a UL tag for the unordered list. So just listen to the words. U, unordered start with U, so UL, unordered list. Okay. The second type of list is called ordered list. And the tag is OL. OL, ordered list. This type of list will list your items using numbers. Using numbers, such as what I have here. The listing is done in numbers. Okay. And for unordered list, the listing is done using bullets. Okay. Numbers. Ordered list. List the item using numbers. Okay. So you can see the examples there and the code. The code example. Looking at the code, let's start from unordered list. UL is our main tag, and that is why UL is a block level element, because with block level element, we have nested lead tags. Unordered list is our list, but we have nested lead tag inside it. 3 of them. 3 list tag inside the UL tag to list for us. Okay. So this is our second list. And this is our third list. Nested inside the lead tag. So when you want to do a bullet listing, what I'm just saying is that you start with the UL tag, close it. In between, you have the lead tags with their matching closing tag. With their matching closing tags. So this will tell the browser that you should list 3 items as an ordered list, and the content should be programming, teamwork, communication. It will list them with bullets. Okay. So the second one is unordered list. Another list is also a block level element. And this is how it works. You start with the OL tag. This is OL tag. And then we use the listen to do lead tag to do the listing. Hobbies, swimming, reading, coding. Okay. So if I have, I want to make a list of 10 items. So meaning the lead will be 10 here with their matching content and closing tags. The last type of listing is called definition list. Definition list is used to display terms and their meanings. Terms and their meanings. To create the definition list, you use the DL tag. DL tag to start it. DL tag. DL stand for definition list. Then you use the definition terms, DT. The terms will be written in between DT opening tag and the DT closing tags. Okay? Then the definition itself is DD. Definition description will be DD. So for example code here, with this code, this one, with this code example, okay. With this code example, we realize that we have given it a heading. This is our definition list, starting tag. And this is the closing tag. Then we have DL. Sorry, we have the DT, term, and DD, term, and DD. Definition term and DD. So here too we have 3 terms. What can you use definition list for? This can be used for something like a dictionary, where you want a word with their meaning. Okay, word and their meaning, side by side. Okay, we can use it there. We can also use it for glossary of terms. Okay, that's where we can use it. So now, let's demonstrate the 3 types of lists. So I'm going to create a new document called, new document is here. We need the templates again. All the time you have to get the templates. So the template is here, starting with doc type. I copy. So I go to my new document and put the template there. So far, no content. So I'm going to say that H1, give it a heading, and say types of list in HTML. Then you close your P tag. Okay. So now I said P, H1 tag. Save your document. So I'm going to save this document as types of list dot HTML. Then you change the MIME type. Notice how we are opening new file and saving it. when you go, you practice the examples. Save your work. All right, so let's save, let's add our content. Types of list. So I'm going to add the content now. I go to another list. Another list that I've explained. So I'm adding H3. You can see that it starts from H3. H3 on other list. Types of lists. So we say skill. We want the list of skills of people. Okay. Okay. So I can even say, let me give it a title again. So I'll come and I want to give it a H4. So I'll give this H3. I'll change this to H4. So change this to H3. Change that to H4. For this one, H3, I want to make for unordered link, unordered list in HTML. So that's the title we'll give to the next one too. So I copy and say, my next type of list is what? Ordered. Ordered list in HTML. Then we'll write the code there. Then the next type of list, the other one, you see that I'm giving them the same H3. So that one will be definition list. That's the third one. Definition list in HTML. So on other list, I'll say number 1 is on other list. Number 2 is other list. And then number 3, I'll say is definition list. So let's add the code for ordered list. It's here. So we want to talk about hobbies. Hobbies. So we are adding hobbies here under the second one. Hobbies. Then I'm going to do the definition list. As I explained earlier, this is an example of definition list. Okay. So I copy from DD, the code from DL to the closing DL. Good. So that is our definition list. DL, matching DL. Okay. Definition term and the actual definition. Okay. Definition term, definition description. So in this example, we have 3, as I said earlier. So I'm saving the work. Then we'll go to open type of list. So go back to page 1. We want to add a link to that page. So okay. Good. I want us to link. So our page is what? Type of list. Type of list. .html. So let's verify to be sure. The name of the file, type of list.html. Okay, it's correct. Type of list.html. So add a type of list is there. .html. So that one too, I made the target blank. So here we say third page. Third page. So we can say type of list. That's our link information. Type of list information. Type of list. Then you save it, we save it, save our work. Okay. So now go to practice 1. Practice 1 in the browser. Okay, so I've rather link it to this page, type of list. So this is the browser. We open type of list. Hey, it cannot find it. Type of list.html, the spelling. Types. Because of the S. Because of the S. Types of list. It is 1. Types. There should be S there. Types of list. Save your work. When you refresh. Still. Okay. Types. Type of list. Okay. It should be capital L. Capital L. Hey. That's interesting. Okay, so let me check the folder. This is our name, type of list. And it's a HTML page. Types of list. Save. Okay. Okay. So, what is going on? The browser. So I'm going to, let's open it here and see. The Chrome. Okay. So it's working here. These are the 3 types of lists. On ordered list, that's what we just created. Ordered list and then definition list. Definition terms is HTML and the definition description hypertext markup language, the standard language for creating web pages. So we are done with list. Any question on list?
So, madam, with the ordered lists,
Yes.
we have seen that once you use the ordered list, that is UL,
Yes.
we see that the items are listed using numbers 1, 2, 3. Is
Yes,
there any
please.
way you can use Roman numerals, or you can use ABC or something.
Yeah, you can do that. I want us to use CSS. Okay, when we come to CSS, but we can try the HTML before, either it will work. You said the type attribute. This is our code, is that not it? This is our code. For on other lists, we can set the type attribute. So we can say type equals to square. If you want to use the square, okay, you save it. Okay. So let's see that in the browser. Have you seen that it has changed?
Yeah.
Okay. So that is HTML. We can do that with CSS too. Type equals to square. Type equals to disk. So let me see. If I come here again, it will change to for all of them. We have different types at value. So I'm copying the another list at the top. Then we'll add it here at the bottom. So here I'll say type equals to disk. Disk. This one. So you save your work. Disk. So there are different value. Okay,
And
different.
the ordered list also.
Other
Roman
list.
numeral, like, like Roman numerals.
You can do it here. So CSS, okay. Let me see whether it will also work here first. This is our ordinary list. So let me copy and put it down here. Okay. So you go to the OL tag and say type equals to type equals to that one. You do let me reduce the A for uppercase for A. Okay. Uppercase. Is that the place now? We're using Chrome. So let me refresh. Okay. So for the other one I did, you see the disk. The disk is for the second one here is changed. And for uppercase, it's work. A B C. A B C. So the value, if I change it to lowercase. So inside that is HTML. HTML. But CSS, we have more to do this one. So lower A. The browser should label it as lowercase. Have you seen that? Lowercase, lower A. That's HTML. So let's try the Roman number and see. Maybe type equals to, I don't know. Let's see, it's not coming there. So let me say Roman. It's not coming. Roman. So it's not, I don't think it will work. But let me just do the I first. Uppercase I. Save that one too. It's work. Oh. Haha. So uppercase I is work. And then lowercase I will do for lower Roman. Is that okay?
No, yeah, okay.
So we have ordered, unordered list. You can change the disk type you want. We have ordered list. We have this example of ordered list. And the last type of list is definition list. Okay. And it's easy to do definition list. You have DL tag. This is a matching closing tag. Then for each one, you do their DT, definition term, and then their definition description. So it's easy to do list, type of list. And all these type of lists are examples of block level elements, because this is the umbrella element, and within it we have nested several other tags. This one too, this is the umbrella. Within it we have nested other tags. Okay, so that is one way we can differentiate between block level element and then inline element. So where were we? Okay, so definition list. So if I go back now, we have done an example of block level element. So what about inline element? So you're going to, we have done A tag, we have done IMG, we have done strong. So with the strong, to bold your test, to bold the test, you can just go inside the practice 1, and I'll come to, originally headings are bolded in the browser. They are bolded. So if you want to see the impact of inline, we can use a paragraph. Here we say, you are not your job. You are not how much money you have in the bank. Okay? You are not the car you drive. Okay? So maybe I want to bold those, sorry. What did I copy? We didn't copy. I want to bold that text alone. I'll just say car. I'll write strong. Okay? For the car. You are not the car you drive. So you close it. Matching strong, closing tag. Close it. Okay? So that's a part of the paragraph we are bolding. You remember the paragraph still continue in this way. It still continue up to the end there. So I can come to here, contents of your wallet. So the word content, maybe I want to italize it. So I'll use EM, contents. Then you close the EM. All right. So that is example of inline. Inline element, we use it to start some few content within the block level element. So P is a block level element, and that paragraph ends here. And within the P content, we have used two inlines. Strong is an inline, EM is an inline. Okay. So when we view the content in practice 1 now, practice 1, let's practice 1, first page or second page. Yeah, thank you. So it's here. This is the impact of the strong car you drive is bolded. Then when you go again, you should see the italics content. Content here is italicized. You are not the content is italicized. So that's how we use inline elements. Okay. So now I've demonstrated the block elements and the inline elements. Okay. We have done the list or the type of list. This is an example of nested list. List within list. Example of list within list. So if you go try this up, list within list. So for the first list, you have 1, 2, 3. Those are the main lists. And within each of them, there are other lists. And you go try this one. Okay. Next week, I will ask about it. List. Okay. This assignment. We also have organizational elements. Organizational elements. So, hello?
Hello, madam.
Yes.
Yeah. Please. When you are done with everything, can we have the
Yes.
codes?
I'll give you the slide.
I mean the code, the various files that you saved also. Is it
The
possible
file.
for us to have?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can
Yes.
give it.
No.
Mm.
Oh, okay.
I'll put it in the folder for you.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay. So looking at organizational elements, there are elements we use to design our page. Okay. How to arrange our page content. Sometimes you want to put some content at the top, some content in the middle, some content in the bottom. So sometimes we use footer elements. Okay. Then we have the head element. So what I'm basically saying is that sometimes for the intuitiveness or attractive of our web pages, we organize our contents into headers, footers, okay, and the body. So if I say header element, they are the elements we can use within the header tag. This is different from what do you call it? It's different from the head tag. That one, the tag is called header. Header, okay? Header. You can see header. This example here, header. And the closing header tag. This tag is used for the organization of elements. So you put some tag in between. So we say heading 1 and 2. For this heading 1 and 2, they are inside the header tag. Okay? And you define the main container for them, each group. Okay, so here I said each group is a container for header information. Okay. The header element define a banner, something like a banner, the logo. You want to place them at the top of your page. So we can use the header element to place those content so that they display there with a particular demarcations. Okay. Then when you come to the footer element, they are the elements that will display at the bottom of your page. So if this is our page, at the last, the footer information will display there. So what information can you put in the footer? Information you can put in the footer include copyright, contact details, okay, of your web page. Copyright, contact of your web page. Sometimes we will also put the date the page was, website was modified. It will come at the footer. Okay. Footer elements include the section element, article element, aside, nav element. Okay, footer elements. Okay. All right. So footer and header elements. Okay. Each group. Okay. So let's say we have this. I've now put example code here. Each group. A group is our main tag here, followed by the header. Okay, followed by the header. And for the header tag, we have put two things, the heading 1 and 2. Then we close our header. We close our header. Yeah. So here you can also write, you can add other things here. You can add other things. Then you close your H group. You close the H group. Okay, so that's simply about this code. You close the group. So now, when we go to the header accessing demonstration, but let me see whether the link is effective. Oh, no, okay. That is 3. That is 3. Okay. So the file is not in our folder, currently on our folder. That's why the link will not work. Okay. But we'll see the demonstration of page organization later. So quickly, we want to conclude with audio and video. How to add audio to your page. Okay, how to add audio to your page. This is example audio. I want to see whether I have audio file. Okay. So we are going to maybe record our own audio now, then we'll add it. Okay. We want to okay. So I'm going to record what we will be adding to our page, okay? So for semantic elements in HTML, we use it to add audio, okay? One of the main audio adding tag is audio tag. You can see here we have audio tag. Then you have the matching audio tag below there. In between the audio tag, we have the source tag. The source tag, we want to have a link to our audio that we have recorded to be added to our website. To do that, we use the src attribute. src equals to sample.mp3. So that is your file name. The audio file name will be the value of the src attribute. Then we set the MIME type. So we say type equals to audio/mpeg. mpeg, okay, /mpeg. Even though you can use the audio tag, we can specify some attributes. The main attribute here is controls. Controls will give the user the ability to pause, to play, to replay, forward and back, just to have certain interactivity with the audio files. Okay, so that is the main purpose of the control tag. Okay. So I'm just saving the file that we have created now. So the project, I'm saving it, but I want it to be in the desktop, our folder. Our folder name was switch. So I'm giving that a file name, record 1. Save as type. This is the type. This is a project. So saving it as a project. But now I'm going to export. We are going to export the audio. Export to my computer. You see record 1.mp3. Okay. I'm changing it to our file, the folder. So I'll go back to desktop. Desktop. Where's our folder? Did practice. MP3 is the file. You can change the extension. Okay, so save it. Okay, we have changed the extension. So you can change the sample rate, bit rate, quality standard. You can change them. Okay, so I'm just going to export it the way it is. Export now. Good, we have audio now. So we are in, I go to the folder, we should have the audio. Okay, that is our audio, the MP3 file, record 1 MP3 file. Okay, but if I want to add more to the audio recording, I'll open the project. This is the project. Okay, you go, I've paused it, you can continue recording. But this is my recorded file I want to use. Okay, so what I'm basically saying is that we want to add audio to our file, and the main tag is audio. Attributes is controls. Controls, we use it to add what user can do with the audio as it plays. So the user should be able to play, pause, and do other things. That is the essence of the control. Our audio file will be referenced in the SRC attribute. Our source tag, SRC equals to, now ours is what? Record 1. You change the file name, and then you are good to go. Okay. Sorry, I'll jump. So this is our syntax for audio. Syntax for audio. Then we go to control attribute. Okay, it creates a start, stop, whatever. That's what it creates for you. So let's quickly demonstrate an audio. It's also advisable you add different formats for your audio, so that if the browser does not support the first format, the second format, it will play the what? The third one. So as designers, it's advisable you add different formats. Remember when I was here, I've saved it as a MP3. So I can go back to file and say export audio to computer. The folder is picked. The folder is picked. So instead of MP3, I will say .org. Org file is here. So you can see the extension has changed. Record1.org. So I'll say export. That one too is exported. Then I go back again, I'll say file, export. Then I change to the third format. The third format was WAV, WAV. Export. Then you go to the format WAV. You see, it's here. Good. So I say export. Okay. That one is not showing. Oh, it has done it too. So we have the three file format here: MP3, OGG, and WAV, with the same name but different extensions. Okay, so we are good to go. Now we are going to multimedia. These are type of lists. So I'll go and add the audio, and practice 2 is small, so I'll add them here. We're going to add the audio to our file. Okay, so adding audio, as I said, is easy. So I'm starting from here. I'm starting from here, audio to audio. Okay, so copy this file, then I put it in the practice 2. So this is a test of audio, so I'm giving it a heading 3, a test of audio element. Heading 3. Okay, so I'll save it. Okay. So all what I've said earlier is just here again. Audio is here. To start your audio tag, controls is here. So you can either say controls equals to control, or simply you use control, only control. Okay. Now we are adding 3 different extensions. Our file name is what? Record. Record1.org. Record1. Record1.wav. Record1.mp3. So you save it. Okay. So if all these things are not supported by your browser, the user's browser, the text should display. Your browser does not support the audio elements. Okay, does not support the audio element. Practice 2. So I'm going back to practice 2 file. Okay, here's our practice 2 here. So go to Practice 2. All right. These are practice 2. Nice. So the audio is there. And the control is there. Without the control that we put in the code, you will not see anything. Okay. So I'm going to quickly play the audio. What we adding to our page. Okay. So for semantic elements in HTML, we use it to add audio. So you can pause, you can do other things, play speed, you can change the play speed. Okay, that is the control the user have on this page. You can jump around. Okay, you can go back to play. You can mute. So those are the user controls. And the keyword is control. Okay, keyword is control. So lastly, I'll go to video elements, the last one, video. Okay, video elements. All right. Okay, so video is here. So we use the video tag to embed video in your HTML. To embed video in your HTML, use the video element, okay? And that one too also has the control attribute. Then we don't just leave video like that. We set the width and height for it to play within that range of width and height. Okay, we could do that one too. The same like audio, we are adding the file, the video file, using the source tag. SRC attribute to have the name for the video. So webm is a extension for the video. Another one is a MP4 for the video. Then the type is here. Okay. So the same thing. We can go further to explain other attributes. Apart from the width and height, we can add autoplay. This specifies that the video should play as soon as it is ready. Autoplay. And another attribute you can add is a preload. Preload. Also, it specifies that the video should be loaded as soon as the document is loaded, as well as the browser. As browser is loaded. Okay. And another attribute is a control. All these are attributes. Control, preload, and autoplay are all attributes of the video tag, meant for different purposes. Okay. So now, let's see how we can add video to our file, video to this file. Okay. So I have some video here. Okay, this one. We're going to add this video. Let me see. File location. Okay. Copy. So I'm going to copy this one to your folder. Remember, all your files should be in the same folder. So I'm putting it here, the video. And the video name is Train Dance, this one. Train Dance. And the file extension is MP4. MP4. So you have to steady your file. Okay. So let's see how we can add video using HTML. So we go to the bottom before the closing tag of the body. We add this one. So here too, we give it H3. H3. Then we save it. Here we can add different extensions for our video. Since we don't have, we can just delete it and use only one source. Most often we know that MP files will play. Our video name, you change it. Video name, change it to Twins Dance .mp4. Then you save it. Look at the starting tag, video. Video is our tag. How many attributes have I added? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 attributes. To the video tab, before the greater than symbol, you can see that the video is our element. And within, we have set the width, I've set the height. I made it to autoplay. Autoplay equals to autoplay. Controls equals to controls. Preload equals to what? Preload. HTML5, you can just say autoplay, space, control, space, preload without setting the assignment. Okay. Now, the source tag is inside the video tag. It is used to reference the file name.
Madam,
Yes,
so the preload, after the preload,
come again. You can't see the greater than symbol. This one. That is the
I said
closing
after
tag for video.
okay.
This is how the code is supposed to be.
But
Let me cut it. It's
there's a
supposed to be
closing
like
tag
this.
also.
Video,
You open the video, open and closing.
and that is video. Opening video tag, closing video tag. Have you seen that one? This is our tag.
Yes,
This is the
yes.
closing
I've
tag.
seen it.
But right now,
Yes.
we've added attributes to the opening tag. All these are attributes. Okay? All these are attributes within the opening video tags. Okay?
So at the end of the attributes, you close it at the end before the video closing tag, because I'm seeing after the preload, after
Yes.
preload, there's a
Yes, yeah. Okay.
yes.
I didn't close it. This is the end of the opening tag. Okay?
Okay.
Undo. Have you seen what I've undo? Video
Yes.
tag is like this. And if you are giving an attribute to a element, this is an element or tag. If you are giving attribute to an element, you should go inside the opening tag. Space. Then you type your attribute. Width equals to space. Another attribute. Height. Are you okay now?
Yeah.
It's a part of it. That's how you give attribute, and that's what I've been doing all along. If I come to source tag, this is a tag. We have given attribute src equals to the file name, but this is how it is closed. It's self-close. This one is self-close tag. But for the video tag, all the attributes will come inside the opening tag. That's what I've done. You write your source, then you close your video. This is the way we have closed the video tag. The same thing we did with audio. Audio is at the top here. And audio file, we have given it controls, attributes, control attributes, and the value. Are you okay?
Yes, madam.
Okay. So if I save the file now, we're saying that we have set the width to be 600, height to be 500. That is the range on the browser that the video should play. And we say that when the browser load the, what do you call it? The video should load with it. That is the preload. And we're saying that the video should have some control so that user can play, pause, and do anything. And the other one is the autoplay. When the browser loads, it should also start playing. All right. Okay. So now I've saved the file. We'll go to practice 2 in the browser. This is our browser. I have to go to practice 2. This is here. This is the video we added. Okay, this is a test of the video element. Then this is the control. Because of the control attribute we put there, it gives us this control. Like, then you can play now. So as it is playing, we can pause. Okay, you can do other things. That's the essence of the control. Control. You can do other things there. All right, you can. All these are control. Mute. All these are picture in picture. Okay. So that is what we have here. So I'm going to link the other pages to the first page so that we'll have menu there. We'll have menu at the top. Okay. That is 446 already. Okay. Our code is here. Who is the course rep? Course rep. Okay. So that I'll send the file links to the person. Practice 2. This is practice 1.
Madam, please, the course rep
At the top.
Henry.
Is he here? Is Henry available here?
Yeah, Henry.
It's not there.
Yes, please, I'm here.
He's on the
Henry, I'm here.
You are there.
Yes, please, madam.
Henry, right?
Yes, please, madam.
Henry, you send me hi, right? So that I
Yes,
will
madam.
send the link to you. Link to your
Okay,
the
madam.
note. Okay.
Yes, madam.
Okay. Okay. So that is now I said I want to link to all the pages we have created today. Okay. The pages we have created today. So this is to practice 2. So we'll do practice 1. Then to practice 1. Okay. Practice 2. Okay. So let's see in our folder what pages have we created. Practice 1, practice 2 is linked. Okay. Then you come here. Type of list. So we have created 3 pages. Type of list. So I'll change the name here. Types of list. .html. Okay. So here we say, yeah, what is going on? Type of list. Okay, for this page, that's what it should be there. Type of list. Okay. For this page, this what you 3 lists, 3 pages. So if I go to the type of list, okay. So the 3 pages are linked here already. But the whole thing is where are you? Type of list. Okay. Choose. Practice 1. Okay, I've linked this one to that page. Practice 1.html. Then the other links can be there. Practice 1. And this page is practice 2, so that one should go off. So we'll just have the other link, type of list. So we save that page too. So when I go to type of list, I want to link back to practice 2 and this one. So I'll go to the top there. In the body, we want to link to practice 1. Practice 1.html. So we save our file. So here should be that is true. So this one should be first page. And the other one should be second page. So first page. Let me just second page. That's this one. That is true. So we are done. We are done. So now when we go to our pages, we should be able to go around the pages. Okay, so this is our first page. Type of list. All the pages you can go around the pages. Okay. All right, thanks. We are done for today. All right, so when the course rep send me the link, hi, I will send the notes to be posted on your page. All right, any question?
Madam, thank you so much for today.
You're
You've taken
welcome.
us through a marathon, 5 solid hours.
Yeah, your course is a marathon class, so
Yeah, sure.
you please, you have to read, you have to practice. So you can see the question I have here. With this question, actually, we have not done up to forms. That will be next week. This one, the assessment. So I will remove this assessment, differentiate between, this is about form. Up to here, we'll continue that one next week. This is what we have done. That's what we have done. Okay. And then here I said differentiate between, post. All this is for next week. But we have done list. You have done list. So I'll put this question here. Okay. You have done list. And list, I said you should do that exercise, nested list. Yeah. This is your assignment. Okay. This is your assignment. Type of list. Okay. All right. So these are your assignments. Okay. Thank you for coming. See you next week. Practice. Web tech, you have to practice. Okay. All right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
Henry. So please,
Yes, please.
have a
I'm
chat
going to
with
get in
Madam,
touch. Yeah,
and
I'm
then
chatting it right now.
okay. So when you get the file, where are you going to place it? Because
I'll
we don't
put
have
it
a
on the
common page for
page.
the common page
I
for
am on almost all the pages, so I'll send it to all the pages.
that's fine. That's
Yes,
fine.
that's why you are the course.
Uh,
That's why you are the course.
Henry, please. I think we have communication.
I didn't hear you, sir.
I'm saying I think we
Yeah.
have various. Do we have particular page for?
We have a Beard
For
ICT
our.
switch. We have a Beard ICT switch page. I don't know if
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
should create a community for us. So I'll put it on the
No,
Beard
that
ICT
that
switch
place.
page.
Please, that place. You see, that is a general page for all of us.
Okay, so then I'll create a community. Then I'll bring the link to the Beard ICT switch
I
page.
think because everything is being put out on that page, so when you put it there, things become crowded over there. So to select one, it becomes problem.
So you
Okay,
create a
so
community. Create a community,
yes.
put it on the community, and also put it on the general page. It should be on those two pages. That's all.
Yeah,
So
it
that
should
at
be on
least
the
it's
2 pages.
widely
Okay.
That's
available.
Okay, I've heard you.
And then one more challenge. I think it's two things. Whether we decide to just keep mute and we allow it to flow because she has done 5 solid hours. If it's okay, fine. Other than that, next time going forward, I think we need to prompt her. Or else, if you agree with that, then no problem. We
No,
go by it.
I think nobody complain about the time. You see
Oh
that
no.
Yeah.
She has
this
done
one
well.
is this one is purely practical. Unlike the programming, you see the
Yeah,
programming
sure.
what the woman was doing was something else. But this woman has taken her time to take us through.
Yeah,
But it's only that you see
yeah.
everything has been put together now. So I think Henry, she should give us time so that the things we grab it gradual. Because you know what he gave us today, I think some of us are now we are beginners. So I think it should reduce the speed small. That is all that I will say.
Yeah, maybe,
Exactly.
and I
Exactly.
also I also suggest that maybe next week we'll all be doing it along with her. I think that one will be better.
Yes, I think
That
that'll be very, very much okay.
Yeah, that
So
is what I'm
that at
saying.
least we
That's
can
what I'm
also be
saying.
following up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Her acceleration, she should reduce her acceleration so that we can go along with her. Like as she is doing that, we will also be going through with her.
okay anyway.
Those of us who have our computers and can go along with her, we will be doing it more along with her.
Okay, thank you very much to you all.
Thank you too. We shall meet tomorrow.